just to let you guys know, there's a lot of people who got kicked out or will. I gotta stop.
Oh, that was a quick little move, right?
Yeah.
That came out of nowhere.
At least
this is the thing. When everybody says to themselves, "Oh, I could have grabbed that move on, say, like NQ 40 ticks." Let's just pretend. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Was the magic level D?
Sorry, say that again.
Was the magic level D?
Yes. So everyone in here got it right, except
Sick.
for Damon.
No.
Yeah.
I was half right until he made me pick
Peter
one.
also got it wrong too, but he redeemed himself. Which, you know what? I will send it to you. See if you can redeem yourself to keep you in. There you go, bud. You answer that question.
Well, I was kind of right. Or no, I mean, I gave you two answers, but I guess whenever you only have
You're not
5 options.
In tests, you don't get to answer 2 questions. What the hell?
When you have a major important level for RTY, do you also have a major important level for NQ and ES?
I announced it in the stream. This test was. See how many people actually listen in the stream, which, you know, I was telling Harvey, it's pretty. I mean, I'm not trying to hear toot my own horn, but as long as you guys have been here, I don't miss many days. I will let you guys know in advance. It's not like a random day. I'm like, I'm not going to show up. You know, I show up almost exactly the same time. And as far as when I finish, that's completely up to the markets. But I usually don't ever finish prior to lending close. So I'm in here every single day and telling, sharing, and then people aren't listening, and it's really disheartening. Like, you know, I expected maybe 5 people, 4 people to miss it. I didn't expect any of you guys to miss it. Not you guys. Right? You know, if like Belisarius didn't even fucking answer, whatever, he's out. Kicked out. Red Pie wrong, out. But like there was just like there's certain people I was like, what? That's, you know, I've been saying it multiple times throughout, you know, this week and last week, you know, a lot. To a point where I'm like, yeah, sure, if you missed it once, I don't expect you to remember it. Right? But I said it enough times where you should have at the very least wrote it down. And not to mention that I said, hey, write this down. So yeah. I mean, it just makes me like, fuck. I don't. Why am I here? Why am I wasting my time? But anyways, Bayman, answer, because
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed those both weeks, and you know why.
yeah, I do. No, you got it right.
But I don't know the major level or the major important level for NQ or ES.
That's okay. You'll know.
Okay.
I will let people know what it is once I'm done kicking people out. I'm waiting for Bayman to answer me.
And what's the importance of that level? Like it's a major turning point if it's above or below?
Harvey or Chia or Peter or even Bayman, whoever wants to answer that can answer that. I want to know if you guys know it.
Repeat the question.
Like, what's the difference? What's the importance of that major level? We have major levels, but that's a special major level. What makes the level so special?
Let me look at my notes real quick. Something about if Was that Harvey?
Yeah, no soundboard, sorry.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Um,
I don't know who
Who
that
did
was.
I think we were talking about the relationship between Russell and Q at that major level, and depending on where it bounces, I guess, or how it reacts at that level, it will determine, like, if it'll drag ES or not, I think, if I recall.
It's a relative strength.
Yeah, that.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, I'm gonna say this again. Why? Let me see if they may answer it correctly.
Sorry. I was talking to my lady friend. Yeah, I messaged you back.
Did you message Harvey to get the answer or Peter?
No, I can even show you the chart that I got it on.
All right, so here it is. Not all levels of security equal. Okay. The highlighted, or I need to think of a better term for it. I don't want to call it a major level. um, I guess you can call it the line in the sand for a major level. That is telling you if we're above that, we are extremely long biased. If we're below it, we're extremely short biased. For long term, right? Long or short term. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, months at a time, but most definitely days, right? Unless we get well up below it, then you can say, well, we could be extended to a downside, right? Then you can look at some bigger time frame action and say, maybe I want to be, not long, but per se, but out of my shorts. So anytime you have something like this, and you guys can write this down, I won't kick Damon out. You're lucky I like you. For NQ, right? That number is 15316, right? That was a perfect short yesterday, right? Overnight. And that was exactly planned. It wasn't, I didn't put in the Z plays, but we talked about it live on Monday, that I was like, we're going to look at the Russell, we're going to look at NQ, we need to tag it, and then I'm going to short it, right? So as soon as NQ tagged it, Russell rolled, like, showed price actions to the downside. I took that short. And it was, on a day trading perspective, that was the easiest fucking trade ever, right? So with, anytime we're below that, 15316, you want to get short bias. Now, if you look at, say, Tuesday, August 8th, we just tapped right into it, but we're not really below it. We need to test it from the downside, which has happened overnight, right? From Monday to Tuesday, overnight. So what's going to happen? It's like, these are major levels are important because it gives you a directional bias on top of any kind of market structure you're looking at. So with NQ's number there, we were say, let's back this up to, say like go to July 4th. Okay. Look at July 4th. We were below that a couple days prior, and then we came up to it, but we didn't really close well above it, right? But as soon as we did, after July 4th, all the way up to, say, the 12th, and this is just pure price action. We're not talking about capital flow now. As soon as we got above it, we're 100% bullish all the way through and through. Until when? Until a bigger time frame, You go look at NQ on a 4-hour. We have a line break. When do we have a line break? July 18th. But prior to that, we're just buying everything until, at the very least, until the next level. But at July 18th, not July 18th, sorry, July 20th, we had a line break. That's when we're cautious at that point, right? We're cautious of taking any kind of continuation longs just because we're above that number. We're very cautious. And then coming down, now they're not supposed to stick to the tick, but now that we have rotated, climbed down structurally on Friday and Monday, and then we tag it, now the question is like, we might as well just go down much lower, right? This gives you a bias for the time being as to what is going to happen. Same, ES is doing the exact same thing as what NQ did. We're chopping that most important level right now. We've been chopping it a lot. Why? Because if you imagine, if I didn't tell you this level is for long term, I mean, I told you this like as in like a, on the DOM. If I were to tell you, hey guys, 53.25 is going to be an important, a level, right? If you were to look on the DOM, let's just say like a low no, like Fat Cat does or whatever, you'll see a lot of fighting there, right? On a tick chart, you'll see it go back and forth, pushing it back up, down, because they're fighting that area, that low noted area or whatever you want to call it. They're just doing that on a much bigger time frame now, right? Institutions are fighting that area. Bears and bulls are fighting that area. And when they fight, they don't fight on a tick basis. They fight on 50 points, 20 points, if not more, right? So they're fighting that area right now. And the question is, are we going to release lower? And, these are the things that I was like, we're going to test that. I kept on saying, Russell was going to test this number, which it did. And it tested it on Tuesday. Or no, sorry, it first tested on Monday. And now I thought that ES was going to test it on, within the hour of after Russell tested it. It didn't do that. It tested it today. And or was it today? No, yesterday. So a whole entire day afterwards. But this is the most important level. It's going to rotate it, and it's going to not want to hold here, whether it's the upside or downside. We're going to fling far from this direction. This will give you a bias. If we close above, let's just say the overnight highs today, and then tomorrow we have a little bit of follow through, I guarantee you most 90%, 80% of the trades will be to alongside an ES, right? Until NQ reaches its important level again and see what happens there, right? So, that's just, it's just something that you guys need to pay attention to. I never really released this type of information before to you guys. That level is going to change, but I never released like how to use the levels per se. Like this is something that, is not, I don't throw out there. Yeah, I share the levels with you guys. Yeah, but you guys need to, I figure you guys need to learn how to, read the levels per se, right? Instead of just market structure. But you can still make a lot of money just doing market structure. But anyways, these are important levels for you to kind of watch, and it will change. It doesn't always just stay static.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right? Imagine like, well, let's just do this for fun. Let's go. So let's just, yeah, give me a second.
That would definitely help because that all went over my head. Like I was trying to track it on my screen, but failed.
Like Fat Cat's potentially looking for a reversal here.
Oh, he's trading right now?
I think so.
How do you know? He's not live.
I know.
Oh, is he trading like on his other stuff or what? I don't really understand.
What do you mean? He hasn't traded live on the Discord for months.
I know, but how do you know he's looking for a possible long?
In his text.
Oh, ES text? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's cryptic with his shit too. Like you gotta. I've been here for a while. It takes me a long time to decipher what the hell he actually means when he writes it.
Yep.
Back to Bay, man. Sometimes it's. I don't know. I think his
I don't
mind
know.
wanders.
Who, Bayman?
Oh, Cat. I talked to him the other night, and it's like, I don't know. He's in his own little bubble, right?
Yeah. All right.
Well, my mind wanders also.
So if you're looking at the screen, I don't know why it's just lagging, but that big, thick, yellowish line, that's the most major level. Now, if you draw a volume profile on it, it shows that it's a pretty decent low node, right? So I didn't really think of it, but think of it as, just a line in the sand as far as like what's above is good, meaning long, what's below is short, you know? Now we still don't know what's going to happen. You still have to trade. You can know the directional move, but you still have to trade it. So this is just one example. Again, it's not, it's not built on low nodes. Okay. So my levels are not built on low nodes. They're built on other stuff. Just FYI. So it's just out of curiosity, let's just see what this is. This is the most important level right here. And it looks like a low node as well. So I don't know. Yeah, just saying it's good below, bad above. Or sorry, good above, bad below. So yeah. That's it. We have certain major level that act as a line of sand with trade above it. Yeah. Basically,
What was the most important level in ES?
it's 53.25.
I'm trying to make you a picture.
Of what?
Thanks.
This line in the sand changes depending on what's happening, the regime, anywhere between 4 to 6 months. All right, you guys have any other questions? I'm not done kicking people out, so I need to get back to
As far as direction for the day goes,
yeah.
I'm assuming we'll be heading further down since we kind of like rejected the major level.
Say that one more time.
I'm assuming like we'll be extending further down for the day since we rejected the major level.
In ES?
Yes, in ES.
here's the thing. Today is a Wednesday, meaning sometimes it's a counter trend move. So let's just say like we look at, you know, a day chart, right? And let's just say, actually, let's do this. Let's go with SPY. All right, and then let's turn off this weird. How do we turn off the background? All right, so let's just turn it off. All right, so let's just do a vertical line for every single Wednesday, which is in Wiggles. Wednesday, and Wednesday. Oops, that's not Wednesday. Sorry, let me delete that. So days. Easier. So that's not a Wednesday. Let me change that. This is a
If you go
Wednesday.
over to the side, in the patterns, the time cycles,
Where?
or stylistic lines in the it's the third or fourth one down in the patterns, all the way to the
Here?
bottom. Hold on, let me look. I can't. Yeah, yeah. Okay, no, up one. Up two more. The pattern one. One more. Yeah, right there. Now to the bottom. Up with stylistics or time or whatever. One of those is going to give you a repeat, I think. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
So now you can set it. Hopefully, you can set it
Oh.
to Wednesday.
Fucking sick as fuck. Thanks. All right.
Hey, word up!
Jesus. Usually, what's going to happen is that it's going to give you a change of direction, right? So let's just say you can identify that, and we'll just drill this down a little bit to a 4 hour. So this is start of Wednesday, right? So each line is representing start of a Wednesday. So start of Wednesday, what happens that it usually will give you an extreme in one way to tell you that we're not going this way, right? So depending on where we close, right? It could be London close, it could be the regular close, and it's hard to tell. But coming into this is Wednesday, still Wednesday, still Wednesday. This is the Wednesday close. It's showing you an extreme to the upside, and what happens when we reverse. It's saying, hey, we don't, this is actually not. Because usually what happens is that institutions will fill a lot of orders on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and by the Wednesday, it will actually switch into whatever they want at the time being. Now, that doesn't always happen, but what they'll do is they'll show it at the very least. So this is a Wednesday right here. This Wednesday didn't work out. It just kept on going. But this Wednesday right here, coming into this, it's showing you that we're actually having a high. They're thinking about reversing. So usually these Wednesdays, partially Thursdays, will usually have a trend day or something different. Meaning you don't want to go home. Let's just say this is a Wednesday right here. You don't want to go home long thinking that this is just going to keep on going up to the upside, right? Usually what would happen is that you're taking profits on Wednesdays. So if you guess right Monday, Tuesday, you want to take profits on Wednesday. So that's all it really says. So for today, let's just say, we could, if you want to look at structure, pull back, down, here, pull back. That doesn't really count. Right here, nope, here. So here, because it's not closing. So, the question is, are we going to continue this or reverse already? I don't know. And that's something that, you kind of have to kind of read the board at that time. But what I'm trying to get at is sometimes on Wednesdays, what would happen is that we'll close here, maybe start a little bit lower on Thursday and then come up back and fill, and then continue to move up. So just because we're below that number does not necessarily mean that we're just slamming shorts. We need it to test it from the downside, see what happens. So right now, most importantly, is we're going to watch ES to see if it holds, which is not holding right now. But yeah, first time down to like 4400s, we're buying the shit out of this. We have a major level right there at like, 0925, and then we can just buy the shit out of it. And I probably will buy the shit out of it and hold it for a while. Because Wednesday extremes are usually counter trend days. Counter trend. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't.
You're,
Sometimes I do. I have it. I gotta check my other book.
Yeah, I have it too. I think it's kind of where it gets tricky, or at least for me, is
Let me hold on. Give me a second. Let me check my book real quick. If I have it, not this. 31. I mean, I potentially could have missed it, so that's why I'm not. See if I missed it. I need text people to. 1 second, guys.
hey man, what's that number again? I didn't quite hear it.
3125, not 50. Sorry.
4125.
3125. Yep, 3125. I gotta add that back, man. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Sorry.
Good call.
4135.
3125.
4125.
Yeah. It's a little quiet. Hold on. Let me just show you guys this really quick. This is yesterday's price action that I took. And I just want to show you guys like how kind of not simple, but how effective this could be. So
Wait, sorry, that level is 443125 or 431125?
443125.
443125. Got you.
Yeah. 1 second. Daily levels right there. Okay. Let me just do this real quick. Sorry. I'll replay over here actually. But let me see. Oh. I just want to see if this matches. I still took it, but yeah. All right, it does. All right. I didn't remember it correctly. Okay, guys. How do I do this? How do I do this? All right, I'll just do that. Okay. What's the most important major level in ES? I want you guys to all follow through with the chart. Don't just look at mine because it's blurry and shit. Try to do both if you can. What's the most important level in ES, guys? Yeah. You guys follow?
Yep.
All right. What is Dave? Write that down. 44, 53, 25. That's the most important level. Now, what's the daily -3 at? Anyone know?
4,400
Yesterday.
yesterday.
I'll just read it out. It's 5250. That's the -3. Now, what are these daily levels? By the way, Bayman, I sent you almost everything yesterday, so you should have all of it.
Wait, you like messaged it to me?
You log into TradingView and then it will be under shared script. I'll walk you through it in a bit.
Ah, okay.
All right. So, going back, what are daily levels, guys? Anyone? No. What do they represent?
How far extended we are
Yes, for the day, right?
for the day? Yes.
Okay. So, having said that, this was yesterday. So let's just jump into this and look at it yesterday, and then we'll just draw on it, right? So here we are. And I'm not saying that you guys, I didn't put this as a Z play because it's not something you guys be taking late day. You're not holding things overnight. Anyways, moving on. So, it was, what was that number again? It's 5275. Okay. So let me just draw that in. 5275 right there. And I'll make this a big ass green. Right. Right. So the green level is 5275, which is a daily level. Okay. Which is the -3. Now we've extended to the downside, even on daily, right? And as a matter of fact, whoops, sorry. As a matter of fact, I just want to double check something real quick. Do we get there? I think we don't. Yeah, we don't. Okay, that's fine. All right. So, all right, going back to this. This is how you should be trading. I messaged Harvey. What time did I message you, Harvey? Or what price did I get? I forget. All right. So I texted Harvey at 2 minutes before the close, but I've already
Right at close.
yeah, but I'm already in at that point, right? Because he messaged me. This is why.
No, and it's not a combine thing, right? So
No, this is real. So I got in at 44 49.25. Okay. So 49.25 right there. Okay. We are at a major level, which is very important. We should offer a bounce here. We are extended for the day, which gives me confidence to do at least a 1-to-1 risk mitigation, which happens almost immediately, right? So I got in on this wick down, right? It came back against me a little bit, which is fine. So let's just do some fun math, right? So it's a 2.5 point risk. So out of 4 contracts, that's a total of 10 points, right? 10 points of risk, right? Which is $500. Okay. Once we get up to this point right here, because one, it's too late in the day. Otherwise, I probably would have risk mitigated probably closer to up here, which will then give me roughly about 1.8. But who cares, right? After I risk
6 in the morning for you, man. 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I was still awake because I was doing other work. It had nothing to do with this. As soon as I risk mitigate, because this is the risk, right? That's the R, right? I should have stacked on more, but it was a quick wick down, as you can see, and I just slammed on 4 contracts, right? I should have risked at least I don't know, fucking at least 12 contracts on this, to be honest. At least. Anyways, so I have 10 points of risk, right? Total, right? Risking $500. Once it hits my risk mitigation, that's plus 250, right? Because half of it goes off. Then what happens? This is a level. Where's the next level up, guys? Do you guys know? Anyone?
64.
64.25. So during Asia session, they tried really hard to break this. It literally was one tick away. Whatever. I risk mitigated. I don't care. Right. If anything, if I was awake, I would have reloaded here and possibly, I don't know, whatever. But I'm just taking it up to the next level. You're just training level to level. This right here is a win of 15 points from my entry, right? So that's 15 points times 2. That's 30 points times 2 contracts, right? Does anyone know the math on that?
It's like 1,500.
That's $1,500 plus this, right? And it's a quick, easy day trade, right? You're looking at 1,750, right? For a risk of 500. That's a little bit over 3 to 1, which is not bad, right? Had I properly scaled, properly got into this number would have been a lot bigger. So we're not looking at 1,750. Oh shit, who cares? It's about the risk to reward, right? 3 to 1 is good enough. It should be bare minimal. You guys should be getting a lot more out of it. But my point is, this is the way you should be trading. Things line up. We're overextended for the day. We come into a big level, any major level almost, right? We expect a bounce. Cool. Where can we take it? I'm not aiming for this level up here. That would be awesome. But I'm counter trading right now. This is a down market. I'm just counter trading right now. I'm not going to trade up to this market or further up, right? I'm just trading for a pullback to where? A major level right here, right? The first time it does it, it's good. After that, you have to be wary. Even though it happened here, you have to be wary as far as that goes, right? So that's the way you should be trading. So the reason why I'm marking this is not because, I'm trying to like pat myself on the back, but I want to show you guys, that's if you're going to trade counter trend, you have to trade it to the next level and that's it. And you got to be very, very careful with that. Now I'm going to do something like, or I'm going to show you another trade. What day was it? I think it was, no, it was this day, I think, on my personal account. We got really close to this level, and you're like, well, how do you know if it's too close, and how do you know if it's whatever? We've touched this already, right? And this was just, in my opinion, I didn't think about it, actually. It was someone else who brought it up to my attention. I thought we still needed to test this, right, to the tick. But he said, no, we don't. And that's when I jumped in on trade. But this is a complete downtrend. Would you guys agree? I mean, I can zoom out a little bit more, I think. Or let me switch it to 15 minutes. Right? This is currently, at that time, a big downtrend. Would you guys agree on that?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to 2 minutes. So when it got close to this, I thought it needed to touch it. But live, when we're hearing it, from my other room, and that was a good thing. He goes, we've touched there already this day, right? And that doesn't mean we can't touch it again, but this pull up to that close is good enough. He got it here. I got it here. And then let's zoom in on this really quick. I got a shitty price for it. I don't remember exactly where it was, but I think it was like something about this of this matter. And we were both aiming for this, pivot right here. This 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 big major level, which is 53.25. I didn't do that. I aimed for this one right here. And this is my fault because I still was in a little bit of a risk on mode. Like, fuck, we should be, the market's been roaring and fucking raging up. I want to take my profits early because I'm a little bit scared that shit can just reverse. But the thing is, he held to this. Now it's only a little bit more, but it's a difference of 0.7 or so risk to reward, which is in the long haul fairly big. So after risk mitigating, this win was in one day. Sorry, up to here. In one day, meaning not even 24-hour period, you're already out. And this is 66 points. It's that simple. Now, if you were, fucking big balls like that, but he's also a registered financial planner for people and trader for their, he owns a book. He got fucking right there. He got 101 or so points. And
out for time.
What?
Should out for time when it hit.
It took. How long did it take him to hit?
Touch that box, it'll count it for you.
No, it's fine. I can just do it.
I mean, you just stretch the box, it'll actually tell you the exact fucking time and minutes.
Yeah, but it's slow right now. I can just do this. Here, boom. Took 11 days to get there. But I guarantee you, he reloaded like crazy.
Right, probably where you entered.
No. Oh, yeah. He probably reloaded where I entered. But do you see? The point is, again, not to toot my own horn. The point is, and I held this, so when I took this trade right here, I covered it here, some of it, majority of it here, and then yesterday I covered the rest again, same exact point, right? Basically wasting time because it came, it wicked it, and it just kind of rotated in this area. If you guys can see it right here, and I thought, fuck, are we gonna get there or not? And I just covered it. It eventually got there, even though I covered it yesterday, right? But again, the point of why I'm bringing this up is not because I'm trying to toot my own horn. I'm trying to explain to you guys the difference between trading from level to level with the market and trading level to level against the market. You need to know when to do, like how far to extend your targets and stuff like that. So, again, the NQ trade, fucking beautiful. And this was in one fucking day. Major line, break.
This one really pisses me off, actually. The longer you guys pay attention, it pisses me off.
Wait, I didn't understand what you just said.
And just keep going.
He said he was taking a piss.
Oh, God. I forgot what exact price I got in, but I think it was 14.75.
You got the NQ too?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
14.75. I remember now. And I covered it somewhere along this line. I don't remember. I somewhere around here. It was like four. Yeah, it should be here actually. I remember it was close to the low of the day at that time. So this is like an 8.34 risk to reward trade for 183 points or so, right? In NQ. And why? This is a fucking major level. And where do we end up on this day? This is a very important major level. And where did this day end up?
Level.
Yeah, but where did we end up on this day right here? Here, let me show you this. Replay right here. Okay. And then boom. Right? Major levels right here. We're fairly extended for the day. And what do we want to see? We want to see a rejection because it's a test from the downside, and you should be able to hold it a lot longer. Now, I was so nervous because the move was so drastic that I was for sure thinking that it was going to come up a little bit more, and then I would just short it again and then come down. So I covered like all my position here, thinking it was going to come up. I was shorted again, back down, but it didn't happen. And what I wanted to short it again was that I was just purely going to take it off when ES hits its major level. So let's go on a 15-minute chart. So when yesterday ES hit the major level at, close to the end of the day, which is like 2:15, right? Which is right here. And once ES hits its major level at 2:15, that's where I would take off my NQ trade right here at 2:15. Why did NQ rotate there, guys? Does anyone know? Guesses is fine. What? Say that again? You guys can guess too. It's okay. This is not a kick you out. Because ES hit that level. Now, I don't know, like, this is how you should be trading. You follow the one that's closest to a level and you see it. And it's kind of like this right here, right? ES is not at any level whatsoever at this point. Why did it fail? Because NQ fucking failed and Russell failed. Only reason why it came down with it. There's no reason, rhyme or reason, for this to fail. I mean, unless I'm sure there's another reason, meaning someone can find another indicator that shows them that this is a point of failure. So whether it's a shape, a volume profile, market profile, whatever, right? But I am telling you, I found nothing more important than matching these things with each other. Like, oh, ES is gonna. By the way, I did add on a little short here as well. Basically, I almost went full-fledged short on every goddamn indice because Russell and NQ were showing everything, right? So, back to the point. ES bounced its major level, hence we are also taking it off. So, had I held on to my short, right, I would have taken it off right here as soon as we touch it. Right? As soon as we touch it, give a slight price action, I'm out. Right? I'll zoom in and I'm out. So oftentimes when I tell you guys, like, let's just say you're taking a trade I'll switch this back to ES. In ES, right? And we're about to hit this level, right? This level is a major level. So if you're in that and you like to take profit, I think Peter, you were the one who says, or was it Timmy? I don't remember. I just like to take profit once we hit that level. I understand that. But what you can do sometimes is actually take it off based on price action. So this is the major level right there. Right there. So once we come into it, no price action to get out yet. Where does it occur? It occurs right here. You look for the pullback, get out here. You've made yourself effectively an extra 2 points off price action instead of, just blindly taking it off. There's too much velocity coming into this, and we're not that extended. So once it happens, you just take it off there. But you just keep on doing matchups over and over and over again, and it's just that simple. Whether it's with the market like the NQ was and the ES, or against the market like the ES was yesterday. And like I told you guys in my apology letter, yesterday was a big fucking day for me. Like, I don't know if you guys saw my P&L, but it was a good fucking day. It was the same. I made the same amount yesterday than I did in June. June was a slow month for me for some reason. So all of June, and I made money. All of June, yesterday I made more than all of June combined.
Oh,
In
was
one
it
day.
more than a Walmart employee's salary annual?
No,
Oh,
maybe the Greek. No, just kidding. No, not an annual salary. You know, so I'm just letting you guys know. Even if you did it on micros, you would have made $175 off micros, of 4 micros, not 10 micros, 4 micros. You would have made $175. I know 175 doesn't sound a lot, but you're talking about 5 points or $5 per point right now. How low is that? As far as cost of doing business versus what you've gained out of that. And that's just the ES counter trend trade. Forget about the NQ trade, which was, if you traded micros on that off of, say, 4 lots, you would have made $1,000 something, 1,200 or something. No, way more than that. I think let's just say 1,000 something, or 2,000 actually. But that's besides the point. The point is, if you think that micros are for fools and beginners, don't, because you can make a lot of money trading this system just doing micros. When I say a lot of money, I mean you can really build an account really quick. And the great thing is that you're not going to care. Meaning, if you did that ES trade and you're risking $50 to make, 1,000, or risk 100, $50 to make 175. It's not that big of a deal. You're not going to cry over spilled milk. And if you see it go against you, you're not going to cry either. So, but yeah, that again, the point is how to use levels, how to do things. That's how you do it. Yeah. Questions or anything?
okay, cool. What's your room saying about this FOMC?
I don't know. I was too upset with you guys to talk to them. I haven't talked to them yet.
Oh, okay.
Why?
All time. Top performers have walking debt, don't have standing debt. Huh? Say it again, Peter? Oh, oh. Top performers have walking debt, standing debt.
I want you guys to do me a favor, if you guys don't mind. All right. I'm gonna step away for about like 20 minutes. I want you guys to do me a favor. Like seriously talk amongst each other. Don't just whatever. I'll mute myself. I want you guys to talk about 2 topics. One, what do I do with people with the exception of Bayman, because Bayman redeemed himself, and so did Peter. With the exception of those 2, what do you guys think if you were me, spending time here every single day, giving out information and people aren't listening, right? It's a little bit disheartening and kind of pointless.
Are you muting?
I will mute in a second. Let me just talk about the thing
Why?
first.
Why would you?
Because I'm gonna go get something to drink. No, it's fine. I want you guys to think of just give me an answer. Because I need to go buy something for my wife as well. But anyways, I want you guys to think like, do I kick everyone out that answered incorrectly? Because if I do, more than half of them are gone. And don't think in a selfish way, like, yeah, kick them all out. So it's just us, the cool crowd. And then secondly, what do you guys want to do with this room after this month? Okay, I'll be back. Probably like 15 minutes max. I'll be back.
So
Thoughts?
I was
Questions?
gonna
Concerns?
message him. I was gonna message him about all this. And this might just, but I feel like for me at least, a big part of the problem is how the information is delivered. Like half the time when he's talking about a bunch of stuff, he's not clarifying what he's talking about. For instance, sorry, I'm trying to think of some examples. He'll be like, you should write this down, or this is an important number, but he won't clarify if it's an important number forever or just that day. So that's where I get screwed up. I honestly, like looking at his chart, I am missing so many levels. Like I don't have any. So the lowest one close to us right now, I have at 4408 or 4409.25. And then below that, it's not until the 4278. Like I don't really have any of them. And I write them down when he says they're major levels, but I think a lot of the times I'm not sure what is and what is not, even though me saying all that has nothing to do with what he asked. So I'm sorry about that.
No, I agree with what you're saying. Sometimes, I mean, because I wouldn't say he rambles, but like he, I don't know when to pay attention, if that makes sense. Because I mean, you know, we're only human. We can't be like locked in listening to him while trading for the entire 2-3 hour session. Like we're definitely going to be missing some information here and there, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm still gonna message him about all that.
yeah. But I mean,
And
yeah.
I think it is just a lot to expect. I know Harvey disagrees with this because he gave us a stern talking to this morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, yeah, like what you said, it's hard to know what is the important bits and what is, yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
all
know
I
if
got.
that's like a me problem, if I have like a low attention span or short attention span. But you know, it can be a little difficult sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. Like I want to take notes, but Mhm. Yeah, yeah, I agree. But yeah, that's that. We'll figure that out later, I guess. But back to the two questions that he brought up. What should we do?
I mean, that's his call. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's not what he wants to hear. I don't even know who all is in the levels chatter. Besides who's online right now. Like I see like
You're
14
looking
people.
at it right here, Bayman. Whoever made the short list here. No, I'm saying whoever passed is here right now. Yeah, no, there's probably 12 or 14. There's probably 12 or 14 people in the total.
I'm pretty okay with this list, TBH. Like, these people are always around anyway.
Yeah,
so
to me,
That's the other thing that Zero kind of, he doesn't recognize it. He sees himself with the dedication, the commitment, and it's like the professor at school, right? You know how we all skip school. Why did we skip school? Why did the professor go every day? The
It's his
professor's
job.
he's getting paid. He's got a job. He's got, people to, the way I see it is that Zero probably is just being really nice to us because he's already at the desk. Okay, so he's already talking to all the rest of the important people. Like, he really doesn't need to talk to us. He's probably, I'm not going to say he's the smartest guy over there. He's probably definitely not. But he's definitely not the dumbest guy over there either. So they actually, involve him in their decisions potentially, right, of millions of fucking dollars.
Right.
So he also has this, side time that they don't want to hear him fucking talk when he's all drunk. They don't want to hear him, explain shit. Maybe he likes explaining shit, right? But okay, so let's get all the way back to it. What he has high expectations. All right. So he wants people to, I don't know, I guess be more like him, right? You know what I mean? Which is really fucking hard because, I don't know, he said it before. He had high expectations for himself and he has high, standards. And he tries and he does and he lives to them.
Yeah, but like I feel like, it's like
Expects
drinking
that from
water
everyone,
from
I
a
guess.
fire
Finish
hose,
up.
put it simply. I sometimes like there's so much information and no structure to it at times.
Right.
Where
You're
it's
not on chapter
difficult
6.
to,
And chapter
shit.
7 is next.
Yeah.
Right?
And I'm not saying this, it's not like I want to be
Chapter 2,
spoon-fed.
chapter 12, chapter 5, yeah.
Yeah, like I know for me, like when I want to learn something, I need structure. That's why I buy courses and shit, because it's structured, right? So, but doing it in this format it's gonna take some time to like pick up bits
To be
and
honest,
pieces.
I already talked to him about all that. And this whole thing was a pilot run, right?
That's kind of what it feels like. Yeah.
Well, it kind of came about at one point. I was like, hey man, let me get that combine code from you. And he's like, what are you talking about? I was like, well, I think I got some bad habits and I need to, see if, getting funded would help with these bad habits. And he's like, sure, no problem. And the next day we were fucking starting this whole fucking class and the whole fucking thing. And I'm like, holy fuck. I wasn't ready for that. That wasn't exactly what I was, I wanted to get into the combine, kind of get my feet wet, kind of see what the fuck was going on, which I had to. I blew it up twice. Christ, before I even fucking figured out how to do it right, I blew it up twice. So yeah, then out of nowhere, he's starting a whole zero lessons thing, right? So
right.
I don't know where I was going with that, but it's just like he has really high expectations, and meanwhile, people have lives, and they, and then again, we're gonna go all the way back to my spiel about the relationship with money. Some of us don't have, some of us do have, and some of us don't have a lot of money or a lot of capabilities to be able to do this full time, like totally put everything you've got on this. Like,
right.
Let's just say Chow. Like I tried to explain to him, I don't know if you guys remember Santos, but Santos left us like a long time ago, probably like January.
Yeah.
Chow had a new baby. Like, I don't know, Christmas? I can't exactly remember. But he's had a huge amount of trouble with that baby. Like a huge amount of trouble, right? Like, and that's enough to throw your entire life upside down and not worry about trading. How about we just go to work and get a fucking paycheck? I can survive, right?
Right.
So you got to remember that, he's got to remember that people have lives. What the fuck is this? Why am I over?
The treadmill cut you off.
What the fuck?
That's
I
enough.
get it, but at the same time, like, you know, if you want to be successful at this game, like, you know, you got to make some sacrifices, and like, shit needs to be, you know, it's not like any other job where
You got to go all in.
instructions and you get a paycheck. This is like, I mean, I think the biggest problem with trading for me is that, you know, you can't always be right, which is that kind of fucks me up. So it's a different kind of job, I guess. And, you know, sometimes it's, you know, if you have other shit distracting you, then it can be difficult to get good at this, which is why it's taking us, you know, so much time to be profitable.
Exactly, and or to answer his pop quizzes. Right? Like,
Yeah.
you could have went away to lunch or something, or you could have just went to the bathroom and missed it.
Yeah, I don't remember him talking about RTY, or at least the major levels for it at all yesterday. I remember him like talking about it.
I do.
Yeah,
He's been talking about it for a while.
Around what time? Do y'all remember?
I don't know what time.
I can't.
He said it more than once, though. That's for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but he was like pretty like adamant about us writing it down, so that's why I wrote everything that he said down yesterday. And then we had a fucking pop quiz. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like even the equities numbers should be written
Yeah.
down, right? If you can.
I mean, I wrote like the numbers
they
for the
change,
next company,
so
so
that's the
you
other
have to
thing, too.
know it.
Can't. It's almost like you don't want to be lazy, but at the same time, some of the numbers aren't. I get it. What Bayman's saying. Some of the numbers aren't going to be valid tomorrow. You don't even fucking know.
Right. Yeah.
And I mean,
Exactly.
it's up to him. Hey, man, I almost don't say anything, but I caught him. I didn't catch him, but like I've been writing these levels down for a fuck long time, and then when he puts them out, sometimes I'm like, hey, wait a second, how come that one's different? And it's not off by a mile, remember? Because I've asked him a question every once in a while. I'm like, hey, man, is there any possibility that the levels are wrong? And I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm saying they're just a little inaccurate. Maybe
Right.
I'm not the best at explaining or saying my words correctly. Maybe he's taking that like, oh, they're fucking right. I'm not, no, but they're off by like 6 ticks. Right? What he says and what I wrote down, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I wrote down the right number. So are they fluctuating? Are they shifting? Are they changing every week? Are they, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, he like
are they moving or which one's more important? Yeah, exactly. It's hard to know, right?
maybe that's why he took away the major levels for a bit, because, you know, sometimes changes have to be made, and he may not be, you know, on top of updating us with those changes. And yeah, so maybe that's why.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, yeah, I get it that they needed to be updated. Because I kind of know how he does it. Yeah, and it's based off. Well, how else do you think it's based? Right, it's based off of price.
Right. Right.
Well, price changes, and you know, it fucking changes the numbers, right? So now saying that, they're based off of a bigger picture, right? So like the numbers
Right.
won't change that much, but they will be shifting ever so slightly. Due to the fact that it's just an evolving fucking market, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like every year you have to add that whole year of
I
price
would
action.
even say more like every quarter, right? Because you got to remember, this is a business. I'm not saying trading is a business. The whole thing is business. So business revolves around accounting. Accounting revolves around dates. Accounting revolves around posting numbers on certain dates to keep shareholders fucking happy or unhappy, or to entice them to buy more or sell more, right? To say that my company is better, it's business, right? Like my company is better than that. My company is of such value, right? It's all accounting. Well, they go by the quarters and they go by deadlines and they go by taxes. Right? Like everything revolves around. That was one of my edges in the equities, was to know accounting and to realize that there is no Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. Not many companies line up with that. When you see somebody reporting we're on Q3 earnings right now, right? We're on Q3 earnings. I could go up and look at it. I could find out that Home Depot was actually, I could look it up, but I'm just going to say, as an example, Home Depot may be on Q4 earnings right now while they're posting in a Q3 time. of year. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
You sure?
not really.
You were rambling, man.
No, because Q4
But yes, it kind of
earnings
makes sense.
are the deadline.
Yeah,
I mean,
Can't lie
essentially,
on
the
either.
levels change every quarter, is what you're saying.
there you go.
Exactly. They change every quarter, and you can't lie on Q4 earnings as an accountant. I can
Mhm.
lie on Q1, I can lie on Q2, I can lie on Q3, but when Q4 comes,
All got to reconcile.
I gotta make my amends to the man, to the taxes. They all gotta be right. That's why you'll see shifts like that. Like Home Depot will be waiting, you'll be like, what the fuck? How come the earnings? Because it's not what you think, right? They're not. So yes, the levels will be adjusted and whatever every quarter, I would assume, or even he might even do them half quarters because we're in such a crazy times. Right? You know what I mean? Like because
So
it's like it almost goes on like those estimates. You know how they make those analyst estimates? And do they do those? You could probably think about the levels being changed upon those dates as well.
So
If
back on
analysts
topic.
Are, yeah, that's all on topic, man.
Do what?
That's all on topic.
I know.
Bigger picture of the whole picture is the thing as well, right? That's what the levels are. It's the biggest of pictures. It's not just some bullshit Fibonacci sequence. It goes on to a bigger picture, right? Or his guys wouldn't be using it. That's all. I'm done now.
No, you're good. I was just trying to talk about what he was wanting us to before he got back.
Actually, kick him out. Whoever didn't listen gets kicked out. They could have
Yeah, I
one
mean,
more chance, maybe one more chance, and I'll be a nice guy.
he has not been involved in this group for like the last 20 minutes, and I don't think it's going to work out with him.
Yeah, the guy on the top there?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we've already talked. I don't know.
So I don't quite know what he wants us to talk about with it regarding the group. Is he wanting us
so
to?
let's get down to a psychology fucking thing. What does he want to hear, and what does he not want to hear?
I gotta go pee. Be right back.
What's gonna keep you in your spot?
I think. Well, I mean, I want to keep the group together. He already knows that. Like, I mean, he already knows that shit. But is he wanting to hear something about us coming along with him, or I don't know.
For the new room, like the whole new Discord thing?
Yeah.
That's paid. Me. Same thing with Fat Cat. I don't get nothing for free.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So he said to talk about what we wanted the group to be. What did he? I still want us to keep the group going if he's gone, if that's what he's talking about.
I agree. Like, I agree with the a group. I would agree with. I would like to have a group still intact.
Yeah.
It's not like you couldn't just open. It's not like you couldn't just go into Z-Player into the any room anytime. See, that's the thing. It's not like why do we need somebody to hold their hands, right? Like you could, if we could just make a verbal agreement to be at your desk every morning at 9 o'clock in X room, right, every day. That would be the commitment, right? Like, and then talk it out.
So what should we do moving forward?
As far as what, like let's just
Like this
break that down.
room. Because he did say he wanted to shut it
Evaluation
down.
The evaluation room. Well, this is what I mean. This was a prototype, to be honest with you, right? Like it was for me, or in my knowledge. Oh, I don't know if I would consider this room or this group a failure. I wouldn't say that at all, just because nobody's really passed the combine itself. I wouldn't say that that's a failure because even zero hasn't passed the combine, and it wouldn't make me more impressed if he did. To be
Yeah.
honest. It actually makes me feel better that he hasn't. It just shows you how hard it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And all it takes, I'll be honest, man, one fuck up yesterday can really set you back. That's what happened to me the other day too. Like when I was so close to passing, and then I had one fucking slip up. You know what I mean? One bad judgment. You know, one fucking going back to the bad rules. You know what I mean? One breaking a habit, being a bad habit again. That's all it fucking takes, it seems. So if anything, it's shake that out of you would be the most important thing that you could do, right? I don't know if that was where we're heading with that. But so what were you think we're going? What do you think the next thing would be?
Well, I don't know what he's doing with his other room. So I don't know if he wants us to like migrate to his new room. And then, once the list has been trimmed, then we can all just move. Yeah. Hmm.
Well, I mean, I don't think Fat Cat would really even notice that we were gone.
Probably not. I mean, dude, I don't even trade like volume profile and shit, so
Oh, I've totally almost I've even taken volume off of my fucking chart, man. I just look at candles.
dude, same. You see what zero's done to us, bro?
Well, I mean, is that bad though?
No, not really. I mean, it gives us more focus, like, just
Dude, I really messed up when I got balls and neck deep into a fucking indicator that I thought was the holy grail. And I got messed up bad, man, for a long bit of time. And it was the holy grail until it wasn't. And I was like, what's that? Say that again, Peter? Oh, yeah. Well, okay, yeah. So it went like this. I had like a really good win streak. And the Canadian dollar, the US dollar and all that, the exchange rate was so good. I was like, fuck it. I had to empty my account and take that exchange rate money back into Canadian. Then I drew my account down to like, back to basically starting was $5,000 again. Then I was into this, and so I almost blew up my real account trying to get out of the hole again, because again, it's the mindset. I find once I get out of the hole, basically, once you feel comfortable, your relationship with money or your relationship with your account becomes such a point. It's like there's a weight lifted off your shoulders, and you don't have to worry about it as much, and the trades just flow. And you're like, it's like going back to paper trading, not cowboy paper trading. It's just like just flow, and it's like everything is not always right, but you're like you don't feel bad about it either. And you're okay with risk, and you're not doing dumb things, and there's the flow to it, right? So once I withdrew that 55,000 out of the account, I bring it back down to 5,000, and then I coupled that on top of my using an indicator incorrectly, or not incorrectly. It just kind of fizzled a bit, and it didn't. Or I was using it. I was putting too much emphasis on it, I suppose. I wasn't just using my normal. Was more of a reactionary type of thing, right? Like where you could just kind of go with the flow, but you got to be quick. And basically, yeah, it's the chase the monkey kind of approach to the thing, which worked really well with my management style. That's how I grew the first account. Right? Like, and then so then I was like, kind of got two balls deep into that indicator. That's when I got in. Then that's why I said to Girl, can I get one of your combine codes? I'm like, obviously that didn't work, right? Like, so I had to get back. I feel like once you've gone too far forward, you can't just be like, oh, just go back to the way you were used to do it. I don't think that happens. I don't think you can do that. I really, I don't, I think it's really, okay, maybe you can, but it's really, really difficult because you think you've evolved, right? It's like, evolution doesn't go back typically, right? We're not going to become monkeys again. We're going to go further. Right? Anyway. Yeah, absolutely. Like I was just like it would go up, and then I'm on like a 5 second chart, and I'm like, indicator fires. I'm like, okay, take it, and then it didn't work, right? Sometimes. No, I scrapped it completely. I might go back to it because I do believe I was right on to something. It was just where do you use it? Yeah, exactly. And then I feel like my relationship with money needs to be fixed before I can go back to experimentation time.
Always my problem. Or it was a while back. Was I'd like test something for 2 weeks and it would go okay, and then I'd start trying to size it up to like my full size way too soon, and that was back when I was trading like my actual account all the time. And I'd have like this decent P&L for a few weeks, and then I go up to full size, and it would just not blow up the account, but many a times I cut that account in half, and then like would just get fucking lucky, I guess, and save it just over and over for like 8 months every time I try something new. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Like Swan or something. Yeah, I was talking to Imperator last night and tell him like every couple of weeks I'll feel like I'm finally starting to get something, like things are clicking. And then I'll have like one bad day, and then it takes me another 3 weeks just to get the confidence back. And he was like, "Well, whenever you have those bad days, like what's the one thing in common?" And I was like, "Well, shit, that's me. Like I am the one that screws it up. Like I'll have one bad trade, and maybe not even a bad trade, like a good trade. It was just a loser, and then I self implode very quickly. Um, and it's like but nothing's changed. Like it wasn't that the trade quit working. It was that I kept trying to force it or overtrade or size up into it, trying to fix what I lost. Um, so yeah, I am the common denominator when I have those bad days. Mhm. Knowledge base. Yeah. Well, that's like the hard part. Because sometimes, like after I lose that confidence, it is all of a sudden I start, I guess, second guessing if I even know anything. Like is it a lack of knowledge? But yeah, yeah, it is. It is mental. Zero said something like months ago that hit pretty hard. Just something along the lines of like 90% of the people on this Discord, or maybe just in that room at that day, like we all already know what we need. It's just a matter of finding a way to make it work rather than just keeping on searching for more knowledge.
Fuck that guy. Who said that? Fuck him.
I
Doesn't matter.
know.
You know shit. Anyway, so what do you guys decide on? You motherfuckers! I should have. When I was like gonna buy shit, I was like, I should have told them I don't want to hear that answer.
Well,
So-
I think we pretty much went with whoever got it wrong. Like I think we kind of agreed it's the people that are showing up every day and like what's the word? Being a part of the group, like actually talking and not talking a lot, but just being a part of the group. Participating. Thank you.
I gave people who I liked a chance. I'll put it that way. Like I messaged John, I messaged ZNA and asked them for the levels, even though they didn't message me on the right time. So I asked them. So I gave people who I liked a chance. A second quiz. Who?
John's always here.
See, John's here, but he's not using the levels. So there's other people that are here every single day that I kicked out if they're not using the levels. There's no reason for you to be in there.
True.
Mm-hmm. I don't disagree.
Honestly, I don't. You said there was a few people you didn't like. I don't know why you would have them because it's your shit. Like I feel like if there's
I didn't-
somebody that you don't like in the group, why do you have them in the group?
I didn't know I didn't like him until later.
Ah,
How about Red Pie?
I'm actually okay with Mr. Feeney, but he didn't even fucking answer me, and he's clearly online. Who else?
actually, yeah, I like Red Pie, like in his own way.
He does, yeah.
Does he?
I just like that he has like a way of questioning everything, but being like, I don't know, he's good at it. I don't know how to phrase it. He knows his way around words, and I don't. So I always look up to that. And as for the group, I don't really know what you wanted us to come up with that. Like I think you already know we like the group. We want to keep the group alive. Even if you weren't around, we still want to keep the group going. If that's what you're asking.
If you want the group around after I'm gone, that's completely up to you guys. Meaning you guys have to open up a separate Discord, or I can open one up here for you guys. But
Yeah, we could ask Frozen or somebody to manage it.
No, I'll still be admin, so I can still. No one needs to manage it per se, but I can do that. No, I can let you guys in this. I can keep it open for you guys. John replied to the answer after I hounded him, and he said the answer, and he goes, "It's just a guess." So why would I want something like that? Anyways, I'm just gonna mute real quick. I want to eat real quick, and I'll be back 15 minutes, and then we have FOMC, so you guys gotta get ready for that. Cool. And then we can trade it in here and see what we see. Sounds good.
10-4.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna go get something to eat too. I'll be back.
By the way, guys, I am here. I can hear you guys, so I'm not gonna deafen, but I'll mute because I'm just eating and I don't want you guys to hear me like sounding like a pig. So if you have questions, just ask it or type it out, and then I'll read it.
Hey, what the fuck? You guys, it's almost time.
I'm here.
Sheer fact that it pushed up this hard right now. No, that's probably just like a fucking biased.
You think that's going to go down?
Yeah. Yeah. And then the NQ already broke that 16 pivot or whatever it is, right? That keeps the ball rolling. Don't have any top air like extension at all. You have a bunch of levels now behind us, especially in the NQ. I don't know where the next one is on the way down.
I wouldn't be surprised if we wick the shit out of the ES major level. Say that much.
The biggest major level or the bottom major level?
The biggest major level.
Okay, so up and then back down. Okay, well that's fine too. NQ can push up to the high of day, give or take, whatever. I've got NQ major level at daily -3. So
I
wouldn't be
personally
surprised if we finish there, maybe.
I wouldn't be surprised if we finish at 09.1 in the Russell.
09. Oh, sorry. 4409.1.
Mhm.
Okay, there's a level there too. So that would line up with that -3.
So
or
if
whatever,
you see,
there's 3 of them there. Well, no, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Okay.
so if you see ES get up to, if you see ES get up to that major level in 53.25, which is not far away, and then NQ gets up to structurally at 87 and rolls at the same time, 15.087. What?
Just 87. That's as high as you got? Because I got 121 potentially.
No, I only have
21 and
87.
3/4. You don't think it's going to go that high?
Oh, I think it's
I think it might be zippy. That would time up with that major level. That's exactly. Okay, I see what you're saying. Never mind. Okay, so 87. Okay, no, I see what you're saying. How about 100 then? You're not 121, maybe 100.
Yeah,
So 95. 95,
could,
100. I get you.
yeah, it could go there. I don't know. I mean, it's not a level, so I can't really speak on it. I'm just only speaking on it structurally. And with NQ, it can definitely wick.
It's an estimation using your experience, right? I would also put the Russell right at the right spot. I would also put kind of at the right spot at the 30s. 35030s would be perfect for Dow.
Zero, would you have found any indication for a long from the bottom?
I had one for Russell, which is why I'm long. But as far as anything else, I don't see anything. I do think that, the same thing. I still think that the Dow and the Russell are stronger. But just because they're stronger doesn't mean they can't get dragged down by ES and NQ. It just means that they probably won't get dragged down as much. But yeah. Anyways, FOMC now.
Just a little tip. I always switch out my time frame to a little bit larger time frame when this happens, because if it snaps, it's just going to blow your chart up. That's just a little user tip, maybe.
20 seconds. Should start moving in like 5 to 10 seconds prior. There it is. Usually I fake out. Let's see what it does.
As spicy as I was expecting.
Any longs in NQ will be at 25.25. Any longs in ES will be roughly about 40.75. Shorts will be at the pivot.
Any other indicator that we could use right at this moment?
Indicator?
How VIX, not
No.
indicator, or like not an indicator, but like if VIX was moving, or if the dollar did a big jump, or anything that would give you a
VIX
little
is
heads
up.
up, maybe.
VIX is a little bit up. VIX is a little bit up.
No, well, no, something that you would use all the time.
Oh no, I don't use anything but just price action.
There's not like, oh, if you look at that, that helps. Oh.
Our charts are bare.
Kind of crazy that the VIX did that spike. That whole thing was like just a flash. It was just a flash. So like that's what I mean as an indicator. VIX flashed way down, and ran all the way back up, and seems to be kind of holding up. That kind of situation. That's what I'm asking.
But VIX is just indicator of volatility, not necessarily up or down.
Well, you brought it up. I was saying, is there something that you have ever used like in that kind of context? If I'm making it sound unclear, or as clear as possible.
Looks like they want to take me out.
We're trying to go long.
I'm already along.
You got in way
I'm
before.
stopped. Yeah, I'm stopped.
This is so gentle.
Yeah.
Is it so gentle? Easy, just squeezy.
It's gonna ramp up, I think. So when
Oh, okay. In a higher volatility situation, would you be looking for a line break on like even a lower time frame?
yeah. But it has to be in a zone.
Okay, so just the same almost as a level.
Yeah.
It has to be in a zone. Did you cut that, Russell? Or did you get fucked?
Oh, no, I got stopped out.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Isn't that a Turkish prison?
It is, sir.
Look at where it came down to, too. Perfectly stopped you out.
Well, I put it to break even in case they.
No. Even if
try
you were
to-
just to look at it, though, but it's just like it's 2 ticks perfectly below.
No. Oh, it's not doing what I thought it was going to do. Are you still in, Peter? Okay.
As this is unfolding, Zero, are you leaning more long now, or are you leaning more short?
I really
This
don't.
is like a whole day's worth of price action within,
Yeah,
minutes, it looks.
that's a good question. I still think that the Russell is the one to go if you're going long. If you're looking for shorts, I think it's going to be within ES. I think NQ.
Just from that price action, like, are you gonna, like, what are you, like, do you want it to go long? Like, do you still think it's long?
I'm long. I got back in to Russell.
Russell?
Yeah, but I think Dow has a chance of going long. I think any shorts will be within ES. Any don't really have an opinion on NQ.
Interesting how you come up with this shit, man.
Well, I could be wrong. I didn't
What?
even risk to mitigate yet.
12% of the time? Fuck off.
Risk mitigation is at 89.2. But if it gains speed, I might pull it. That doesn't look like it's gaining speed. It's really calm.
It's like eerie.
Yeah.
Like, I'm zooming out. What are we missing?
I don't know.
What are we
Buyers are
missing
not
here,
really stepping in. Sellers not stepping in. They're probably just listening. And then maybe it was just Zoom soon. I don't know.
Well, I was kind of trying to say that earlier. Like, this is just a repeat, isn't it, of the first time around? Then Timmy said something like, they add pictures to it. Yeah, okay, so they add graphics to it, sure, but is that really going to make a... See the move? There it is. It's kind of accomplished what it... I'm not saying that this isn't going to just tear out after, but kind of... That's the thing. What if we chop, like, completely into just a big, large range now from... Well, no, if you break that bottom, it would be fucked up, right? But I mean, if we just stay in that range right now, that's still a pretty large range.
Buyers are
20 tick
defending.
range, and yes, sorry.
Buyers are defending as of now.
We got bonds that are kind of peeling off to the downsides lately, and dollars going up. In a bit on these. Nvidia was selling off slightly. Oops. It was going up. It was selling off slightly, and now it's following the market, right? Like it pivoted where the market pivoted.
Yeah.
What did Apple?
Bond just slid further lower.
With Tesla, and Tesla's actually peeling off a hell of a lot more than everybody else, it seems. The ones that are actually kind of correlated. Apple really took the brunt of that top ticket. It was 10 minutes. That's kind of interesting. It was 10 minutes beforehand. Apple and actually that almost all of these fangs started to sell off 10 minutes before. Kind of interesting.
Well,
Gold is selling off. It has the
Yeah.
potential to bounce off a major level.
that was a hard sell. Yeah, see, sellers actually stepped in before they didn't do anything. It was still drifting lower. So let's just see. All right, a lot of sellers right now. We want to see a lot of sellers. Buyers are stepping right back in.
All the major currencies seem to be selling off right now as well. US dollar is like flying high. Not say anything to you.
Not yet. Well, the fact that the bonds are going that much lower is telling me. But the bonds are overextended for the day. It could possibly have another point, or no, half a point. It's like even money at 119.
That far down in bonds, really?
Possibly, sometimes, especially when there's news late day, they usually pick up a little bit more, and then they could exceed the dailies.
When do you think we should start seeing that? Like 230, 245? Or selling
Probably
off
like in
large
15
now?
minutes. Probably like 15
US dollar
minutes.
just sold off really big here.
If
All the
they
other
decide.
currencies took a turn to the upside.
Dollar didn't sell off. Oh, you're talking about from the top tick.
Hey, somebody type something?
That's more. See if the bonds.
So all the other currencies, that's interesting.
If the currencies are selling off, shouldn't it be strong for the indices?
Not necessarily. It depends on where they're pumping into. And from what I can see, it's just covering into a safe haven like dollar. Let me see. Yes. Bonds should find support here.
So if you don't get the break, it's not.
Let's see. The yen going down. Aussie dollar. Okay. We should find support right here as well. I'll just should find some support right now. Let's look at this from Young's perspective. Nothing. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the Aussie dollar should find support here. Yes. Let me ask my room. I'll be right back.
Oh wait, are you there? Oh, shit. Let it go. Oh, that was pretty fast. Really show up on was the ES. Well, actually, it was Dow and Nasdaq showed it. Huh. Interesting.
No news to it. NQ looks much stronger than Russell.
All right, Peter, what was that? I'm probably looking for something. Always, that's the thing. I'm always trying to. What I've noticed is if I fucking miss it, if I don't keep on top of my thing, like updating my order or whatever, if the move comes, it's like out of nowhere almost, and you're not gonna grab. I don't have enough time, and so I'm looking for price action for a reversal here. Right, that's it, and I'm keep adjusting my order to go with it. That's all. So I'm constantly just working here, right? Well, the long's gone. I'm not going to be longing it, right? Long's long gone, and I can't long it in the hole here like that. That I can't do that, right? That doesn't work for me. Oh, yeah, I'm looking for a short, and it looks like NQ is pretty close where you would want to do it. So I might take it in NQ. I was working RTY, so now I gotta jump over to the NQ probably, right? See if we can get it to work. But I'm constantly just trying to update my chart to make sure my orders are in the right places, right? And doing the right fucking thing at the right time. So 68.7, now it's broken ahead, right? So now we're not as interested there. And I usually like using, in a volatile situation like this, I'd probably rather, and I've had a losing shot, probably rather do the Russell because it's only another, like I only need 120 ticks. So if this does reverse and plummet, it'll probably give you that, no problem. But again, NQ is faster. And if you manage it correctly, you can actually still make some money. I think that's the problem with these micros and all the rest of it, is that you get it in your head and you think, oh, it's just 50 bucks, or not even, it's like 15 bucks, 20 bucks, right? And that's if it's a game of zero, so that's 200 or 150, right? Like you have to, so you don't adjust it because it's only 15 bucks, but you would adjust it if it was 150 bucks, right? But you're not going to make the money. It's kind of a trick in your head, I guess.
So are you gonna buy a strength tonight, Gia?
Exactly, because of the money, right? The money. It's all about the money. This is as much as people fucking lie to you, there's only a few reasons why you're getting into trading. It's not for the fun of it. Two types of people in the world, Peter. There's two types of people in the world.
Oh, I actually like candles. I have to see them every day.
People that jerk off and people that lie about it.
What are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about?
Oh, mama.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Let's see. We're not there yet. Yeah, we're pretty damn close. Not today, no. Well, I think you just put in price action reversal. Russell did not. Russell's coming down hard.
Bitch, none of them did except for NQ. It didn't do the proper, it didn't finish it yet, so it's not ready.
Well, let's see.
It's moving all fucking dumb.
I mean, I'm long the Russell, and I think it's an attack 95.6.
95,
Yeah.
6?
1895.6.
95, 6.
It's a major level.
95, 6.
If not actually
6. So that's
higher.
fuck far up there, man.
95.6? 1895.6?
That's pretty far up there. No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like in general, like it's a pretty good distance.
Yeah, it's a little bit shy of 50% of the move.
The problem I have with it, Zero, is that the speed is off right now. It seems.
I don't disagree.
That's why I'm saying that might be a little. I don't know. Like we'll see once it breaks out of this. If it breaks out of this ES major level, we'll see how much gas gets put onto the fire there. But it's at that same point that would be an NQ breakout as well, and you know you never know. But I mean, yeah.
Oh, it will get there. Sorry, Peter, it will get there. It could. It most definitely could get to. You're talking about 53.25, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it could tag it, or it can do a decent pullback and then tag it, but I think it can tag it. Do me a favor and don't cover that. Oh, at 64. Oh, okay. Okay, fine. I was gonna say, do me a favor and don't take that off until either a major level or some price action. Especially if you're like, let's just say you're trading like 10 micros or 6 micros or something, and then you have 1 micro left. That micro is really not going to do that much. You're not swing trading it. Just practice with that on price action. Practice looking at the opposite price action. Like, let's just say if you're long, you get a sell signal. Practice getting out of that. Right? Oh, fuck. I just missed it. 91.7 is what I want to scale one off. Let's see what it does here. Shit. Yeah, 91.7, 91.8. Fuck. Fuck it. Hold true. Let's go. 95.6. I was going to get greedy and scale in, scale out, but fuck it. Let's see if it does a top tick wiki woo here. I want it to come back right now to 96. Perfect. Perfect. And then break. And then velocity. Velocity. not what you're doing. Velocity. Orders. People are fighting. Buyers not stepping in yet. No buyers. No buyers. No buyers. Buyers coming. Nope. Sellers defending. Sellers are defending. Holding true to 95.6. Sellers stepping in. A lot of sellers, a lot of sellers, a lot of sellers. A lot of volume here, and there it goes, releases a little bit. You can easily back and fill to 92.2. $92.1. There goes 92.1. See if it breaks this 91.5. If it gets 91.5, I might just take it off. Sellers are being absorbed right now. Sorry, I'm focusing on Russell, so I don't know if you guys want to follow that. Sellers being absorbed. No buyers yet. Took it off at 91.5. I have one more contract left. This drops. Let's see. If this breaks 94, then 90.4, then maybe I'll consider taking out the rest. And then I have something to show you guys. Should you trail stop your last pivot to 45.25? Let me see. 45.25. Why 45.25 and why not like 44.75? Oh, okay. So this is your last contract, right? Your last micro. Okay. So what time frame are you looking at? Yeah. Okay. Right now you have no risk on your trade, right? Okay. Then I would practice. What's your entry? Okay. So okay. So when I said practice with with your price action, and this is for everybody, after you're already paid for it, whether you're on sim or whether you're on these combines, these are practice accounts. Hone your skill in it. So if you believe, right, this can go up much higher, you want to use a higher time frame price action. You're only zooming in price action when you hit a major level, which you did already, and you got out at 51.25 or wherever you said. Leave it. You know what I'm saying? Then you pay for the trade. You're well in profit. Zoom out to, so let's just say you did that on like a 5 second or whatever it may be. Start zooming out to like a 1 minute, a 2 minute, to look and just practice. And then even if you're out of that trade, if you want to ultimately learn to swing trade, zoom out to say, you know, a 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, whatever, 15 minute, whatever it may be, and start looking at that price action and manage your trade based on that price action, right? And the reason for this is because you want to, you want to, really practice and especially your nerves of letting something just go, right? By having said that, you know, and this is despite, capital flow and stuff like that. Having said that, I think given my experience for the day, for the day type, the day of the week, FOMC, structure, capital flow, I think that it's very reasonable for it to, like, there's a possibility that it can just reject here. But I can also see this completely running all the way up to new highs of the day. Right? So what I'm trying to get at is when you're in this situation, just like how I'm in that situation, I'm in the same boat as you, technically speaking. I much rather say, well, if we can run a high day, that's an extra 10, 15 points. If I cut it now, I cap it at where I'm at. So if I were to enter a trade right now, so let's just say, your stop, let's just say like right now, as in whatever the price is at, like, let's just call it 50. And let's just say your stop is at, 44.75, right? If you extend this to the high of the day, you're still getting a decent, well, not that great, but, oops, I did it the other way. Let me do this. Let me redo that. So again, let's just say you entered at 50, your stop's at 44.75, right? And you're extended to the high of the day, you're still looking at 2.9 risk to reward ratio. So if you believe this can go to a high of the day, or it can just stop here and reverse and whatever, you're still only risking about 5 points, based on entering at 50. Not that it's in your position, but it's kind of like, managing your position. So then it's like, okay, well, if my theory is correct, like your theory of like breaking a high a day, then it absolutely warrants you holding on to that last contract just to see it come through. And even if it doesn't, it's okay, because you need to get into situations like this where, you learn to, again, swing trade it, right? If you want to swing trade it. If you don't, as a day trade, you should have been out, completely. But that's as a day trade. So the question falls back on you. Now start zooming out, looking at other stuff, and ask yourself, is still a good long if you're aiming for, higher points or whatever it is. So zoom out and just look at the graph and or the chart and be like, is this a good, would this still be a good long opportunity? Is what you should ask yourself. Or is this, something that should be coming back? So, yeah, ask yourself that question and see what you think. You tell me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Possibly, yeah. I'm looking at this structurally speaking. This can easily get up to, you know, on a structure standpoint, right? Whether it's today, tomorrow, I don't know. This can easily get up to like, let me just double check. Uh, 1 second, okay. Let me just check structure. This can get up to 74s or something like that and still be considered a downward move. So you do have a lot of pullback equity. But again, this is something that, for a swing trade method, for a short term method, it's completely up to you how you want to, you know, kind of dictate this. It's basically, I can't really tell you how you should be trading it. It's up to your eye and how much, okay, how about this? What's your risk to reward from where you enter to target, which is at 53.25? Okay. Are you, do you, on the last, yes. Are you happy with that? Right. Are you okay with that? Yes. Okay. Now, with the risk mitigation, yeah. So again, go back and calculate your total number of points risk, meaning your contracts times your stop loss, and then how many points you've gained, and what's the risk reward on that thus far. Okay. So total, how many points? Yep. Okay. How many how many points did you gain excluding the last contract? I'm assuming it stopped you off. 26, 28. $32 points. So you still have the last contract on? Okay. So just with the 32 points divided by 14, you're still, because it was 4 contracts, right? Times 3.5. So you're still, excluding the last contract, you're still at 2.2 risk to reward ratio. That's pretty good. Like that's good enough for a day trade to make a lot of money. So the point is, how do you want to um all right, how about this? Just be systematic with it. Each and every single time you have your last contract, you look at one time frame for exits on a intraday basis. So for me, I will always look on a 2-minute chart. Like if I'm holding this on for a long time, I'm looking at a 2-minute chart to give me ideas of an exit. The first risk mitigation, which is, depending on if you're doing risk mitigation 1 or 2, risk mitigation 1, you're always exiting 1-to-1. Risk mitigation 2, you're exiting based on your time frame of entry. So if your time frame of entry is a 30-second or 5-second, you're doing a risk mitigation based on that time frame. After that, you're doing a risk mitigation, or you're taking it off completely unless it gets to target, based on a larger time frame. So for me, it's 2 minutes for an intraday trade. So if I know there's an intraday trade, I'm very systematic with it, where I will look at a 2-minute, and until it breaks 2-minute structure, I will keep it no matter what. Because if you're always going to have a reason on a smaller time frame to get out, but I will keep it no matter what. So you need to be as systematic as possible and jot this down, like write down, like, oh, okay, well, now that I have one last contract left, I will practice, because this is how you kind of learn. It's like, I will practice by going on a 2-minute time frame and seeing the line break on that. Now, if you get that, say, and it stops you out, it stops you out. You just have to be okay with it initially and journal it properly, so that you're like, wait a minute, it's too much of a it's too big of a time frame. So let's just say use 15 minutes or 10 minutes. That's way too big of a time frame. Then you're like, okay, I'm gonna drop down to like a 5-minute. And if that's too much, I'm gonna drop down to a 1-minute or a 2-minute. And then maybe it still doesn't work out for you. Then maybe you have to drop down even lower. So it depends. It's all relative to your entry time frame and your managed time frame. So entry time frame should always be looked at only for entries, right? So like right now, I still have my Russell on, even though I took off one. If this comes back all the way to 87.2, I still think that that's a possible long. I still, think that the longs could still be good. Now, of course, if it's coming down to, say, like it's 12:30 right now, or sorry, it's like 30 minutes until the close, or 15 minutes until close, I might just get out, way earlier, because it's an intraday trade. So you really have to ask yourself the time of the day, everything else. But for me, if this comes all the way back to 87.2 and still, I might add, to be honest with you, because I've already taken one off, I might just add at 87.2. I gotta refine that a little bit. Well, actually, no, this can get all the way back down to, no. Anyways, this can get back down to 86.4, and I'll still, I might add. One second.
When you get a second, I have a question for you, Zero.
Yep. All right, here is the line in the sand for me. So if it breaks 85.2, I'm probably out. And if it does give me a price action reversal, I'll probably get it. But I will say this: doing matchups, the fact that ES backed off of that major level scares me. Scares me for longs. Just a FYI. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think that's a great way of thinking about things, right? Like even if you're not in ES, that's something that, it's a good thought, like, oh, okay, well, maybe we could back off because ES hit that number. And that's why it's really important for us to, pay attention to multiple assets. You know what I'm saying? I'm yeah, I mean, I'm out of my Russell at I got out of my entry price, so it came all the way back against me. Um,
Oh.
but if I left it,
What's that?
at
Just got
35
shook out.
2, then you got shut out.
It was short.
Oh, nice.
Closed that NASDAQ at 26.25. This looks like a bit of a reversal. I should have held it. I was really close to. All I wanted to get to was 07.
This could get to 99.25 in NQ 14.99.25.
Yeah, and all I was really looking for was 07. Oh. Got in, it was kind of shitty. I got in at 38. Where? It was like, yeah, 38, 39, something like that. Chased it in a little bit. 38 on the money, actually. So I chased it in a bit. It wasn't great. Well, it wasn't great, but I mean, just half of yesterday. Half of yesterday's loss. Not even, probably. No, I cut it. I shouldn't have, but I cut it. See right now. We'll see right now. This is, well, there you go. Maybe that's a long right there. See that right there? And the long right there for NQ. Set in. A long for whoever you want, but I mean, NQ that was pretty close. Pattern worked across the board. We had a line break on a further out time frame. But not. I shouldn't have cut that, obviously, but. Oh, there it is there. It was a micro line break, a 5-second chart on that pivot at the bottom of NASDAQ. That kind of actually threw me off a bit. But Zero, you're out now? You took
Yeah.
it all off?
Yeah.
Where did
Me.
you do that? At 87?
I got in at 86.2, and then I got out at
Okay.
91.3 for one contract, and then the remaining contract is only the two contracts, and then I got out at break even, so I only made a little bit.
86.3.
Yeah.
It'll be so, just a second. You get 86.3.
A
Yeah.
lot of selling here. A lot of selling.
86.3. Yeah, well, there you go. There's the price you pay for getting a bad entry. Break even, really. You know, I mean, bang on. Best, you know, would have been 85. Like best of the best of the best. 85. Okay? And you would still be in. That's all I'm just devil's advocate, you know.
I didn't get my best entry for the Russell. Was non-existent.
Yeah. I know, but yeah. That's why I'm saying 85 would be
I don't
best
see.
of the best.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have gone though.
Oh, well, yeah, yeah, exactly. Surprise. You wouldn't have. There it is, though. It goes 1, 2, 3. Well, maybe it's not even 85. It's 85.4. It would be the best. The best, probably. The rest of it's all guesswork. 85.4 would that would be the best of the best of the, you know what I mean? So what did you get? 85.6? Oh, 86.5.
I got 86.2.
86.2, that's right. So that's actually not that bad. As far as probable, or like, you know, imagination fucking town, right? You know? I love how people are like, oh yeah, I would have got it at 84.7 and I would have closed it at 92.7. It's like, no, you wouldn't know. Man, there's no way.
No, I'm realistic with my interest.
Yeah, I always told this one guy, he's just like, oh yeah, I would do this. I'm like, no, man, you gotta be realistic about it. Like I said, when I was doing the penny stocks, it would be 100, let's just say it's 100% move. I am stretched to get you 60%. And the reality of it is, I bet you I'll fetch you 40% of that 100% move. And you don't want to, odd day, I might get 75% of that move. Because I'm missing front end and I'm missing back end for sure. I was getting pretty good at getting the back end down to like, I mean, but the front end was, you were already 30% behind the move by the time you got onto it, right? But you never knew. It was 30% behind the move on a 190% move. You're still pretty, you know, but you're cutting it early. I bet you $100 of the full move. Or you're cutting it late on the other side of the hill when it's coming down. You're like, oh, it's done, and then you shut it off.
Yep.
Right? Like your method is not there to extract
Full
exit, the best exit.
mine.
Method to me seems like it seems like it collects the best entry, but it doesn't collect the best exit for price wise.
Oh no, it's 100% price. 100% to keep you in the game.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't want to.
Because it's going to extend. It's always going to want to extend.
There's no such thing as the best exit. The best exit is an early exit, meaning, you know, if you think it's the best exit. Well, I mean, like, let's just say it's like there's no such thing as the best exit, because, you know, if you do get out on the best price, shit can fucking pull back 5 points, 3 points, 2 points, and it'll run. You know, so those who think that they're getting the best exit is only best exit for that period of time, and most likely a short period of time. Yeah. I think I've only done it once in my life. I'm not joking.
Or what? A hole in one?
The best entry and exit.
That's what I mean. That's like getting a hole in one.
I think
Realize that
it's.
Tiger Woods only gotten like 18 hole in ones in his entire career.
I think. I think. I think getting the best entry and
Can you
exit is
imagine?
harder. I
Here
think.
comes that 07. God damn it.
But I've only done it once, and it was like 3 years ago. Like literally top and bottom of the day.
Bottom ticked a couple of things in my time, but not very, no.
And that was it was an accident too. Meaning I set my targets. It was a rule of 7 target, and it fucking hit it. And I was like,
You
cool.
want to talk about an accident? It was the same thing. It would happen with the fucking combine. I think Peter even asked me. He's like, why did you turn it off there? And I was like, because we hit $1,190. And
Yeah.
it perfectly bottom ticked the whole fucking situation. I'm like, oh, fucking lucky me, right? Like, not. I don't count those things. I think the game implies that the longer you play it, the more luck you bring to yourself. In a sense, the better you get at anything, the luckier you become. It's like the more you're at the right place at the right time, you're gonna get a free lunch. Right? Like it's just the way it is, right? Like yeah, you build your own luck basically, but luck is not like there's doesn't play a part in some of this, right? Like.
Remember that 19 flat in the bonds? We're pretty damn close to that.
Oh, you fucking shitting me. I've been busy looking at other. You fuck. No, we're not. We're 12s.
Don't worry, we'll get
12s.
there. Don't worry. It's only.
You still
12,
think the long's on the table then?
It's only 12 ticks away, man. I don't know if the long's on the table.
A lot of ticks in the bondies.
It is.
Oh, did we hit 7? Did it hit 7 right to the tick? We would have done it. Oh, 750, 725. Oh, but yeah, that would have been the right. Watch, it's gonna do it right here. Oh, I just want to put the fucking home run meme in, man. God damn it. Good, it's gonna want to reverse here too, just like, you know what I mean? Why did it reverse there? Because I put my order there.
That's not how you generate levels. Unless that's
how you generate levels. You just say, well, exactly where I do it. Just do the opposite, and you'll be fine. If you're thinking it's more short here, just go long. You'll be fine. You don't really. I'm talking to myself. I don't really know anything, so the best thing I can do is the opposite. Looky. Actually, I got a pretty good 5-second line break on 3 of the 4 here. There's the 4th of the 4th. Pull back to what? 14 NQ, 38 ES. Or is it going to be tight and really small? Do you have a formula for the volatility of the pullbacks?
I don't. Fortunately.
Is that the automation part that's missing? The part of the automation that's missing?
I do need to automate shit though, to be honest.
Like, cha-ching, click. Now it goes, right? Because it knows.
No, I just want to automate it to a point where it's like, I want to buy longs when my ducks are in a row. Or like, yeah, let's just say like ES. I'm like, okay, I only want to go long. Ducks in a row, get fucking long. That's it. I want to go short.
So that's like, we could potentially set it up as an alert system.
Yeah,
more
but
than one duck, and that's what makes it difficult.
Yeah, it's just the capital flow thing is tough to.
Well, that's the part that I don't agree with the automation. I just don't believe that it can be completely hands-free, what most people do. You just plug this thing in, and you drive your Lambo around all day, and then you come home and it's just spitting out money at you. I just don't think it's like that. I think this is a challenging enough game. You'd have to monitor the whole situation the whole time anyway, or you wouldn't fucking feel comfortable leaving it alone either. That would be the other thing.
Yep.
Right? You'd always be like, I gotta watch it because I don't want to make, like, I don't trust the robot to do the job. I have to watch it to make sure that it does the job. Because all of a sudden now the robot's walking into the wall for the fucking 3 hours while I'm playing golf. Right? You know what I mean? And it's fucking $100 bill, $100 bill, $100 bill every time it hits the wall for 3 hours straight.
Yeah.
That's what I'm worried about. Like, but wait. Pen just 5-minute SPX. What is she trying to send us? What is this?
She always sends me charts like this. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
What the fuck is this? Yeah, what am I supposed to make of this? It's a fucking mess.
Hey,
be honest.
sometimes you send me charts and I'm like, what the fuck do you want to highlight here?
Then what are all these red lines?
I don't know. She does this a lot.
Those aren't major. What? SPX. So that's I. What is that? That's I puts, right? Or something? Wait.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Wait, hold up. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the other room.
What did you get? Wait a second. Hey man, you got something? What does this say? Hello, no. What the fuck is that? Animus? Anonymous? Anus must?
I don't know what it is, but that's just the indicator that makes the red lines. You asked what they were, and they're from Animus.
Well, I didn't know that platform. You know that platform then, obviously.
Yeah, that's what I used to trade for like 4 years, 3 years. That's
Right.
just
Cool.
Thinkorswim.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, actually, I've got a lot today. I'm
Dog.
having a great day in like my personal account.
Nice.
Like a very great day. Which
It's funny
is why
because
I
it's usually not the right way. It's usually when you have a
No.
good day, it's on sim, and it's when you, right? Or if you hit the home run, you put it on micros instead of minis. Or if you,
Yep.
it's always the way, man. It's like, oh yeah, I can easily hit 100% gainers, and then it's like 100% gainers with $100, not with $5,000 or
Yeah.
10, whatever.
Trading
Like you never
in.
put the most uncomfortable you feel is when you put the least amount on. It usually works out the most. Like the best for you, right? When you feel the shittiest.
I'm definitely done today though, because my ego is, or I am feeling overconfident, and I don't want to fuck it up, and I will.
Just chase this in right now. NQ. Oh,
Now's the
seriously,
time
chase
to
it in
short.
NQ with five. What's your max units?
For NQ it would be 2, like full size.
So put in two, and then put in. Let me just give me a second here.
Throw the stop at low a day.
20. Just put in 20 on 2. You'll make $200 in a flash.
You just need one tick.
No.
Yeah, she does. She does like posting stuff, doesn't she?
Yeah,
I've
she
looked
likes
at
to
it.
post a lot.
It's a wiggly chart.
I've looked at a bunch of.
If crude makes a lower low, that should be a good long. If it makes a lower low or it comes up and breaks, Ideally, it's a lower low, like a bottom tick. Or you can take if it cracks 79.50, then that'll be a good long.
Long at 34.75.
You're long at 34.75.
Yes.
Oh, and in ES.
Oh, actually, sorry. I'm not long. I was just reading. Now I've lost $200.
What are you talking about? Oh,
I like to look at how he does things as well. I'm just saying he wants long at 34.75. Then he was guessing the bottom. That's what I just saw. What did we accomplish here? What did we do? We went up. You thought almost all of this was going to happen in like wicks. Quickly snap it.
what do you mean?
Thought that's what you were implying, that we were going to wick up really hard, right? And then come
Down.
wick down, wick up, or which whatever, right to the major.
I thought it was gonna
ES
wick
major level.
I thought I was gonna wick up to ES major level, Russell major level, and then wick down.
Right. Now Russell's
When
left me at the altar here like this a couple of times. Have you recognized that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, they don't always have to line up. It's like it's almost like it's a blue moon when two major levels line up, realistically.
It depends on who's leading it, who's leading the charge.
You know what I mean though? Like it does, like that's why this morning I was like, holy fuck, we've got like that was a pretty good lineup. We should have capitalized on that, to be honest.
Yeah, it happens a lot more than you think.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now that I have all the fucking levels. Well, we're not extremely, but I feel like we're pretty extended now. The day NQ, no, not really, I suppose. Just getting into like the between -1 and -2 of the day, really, right? It's not like it's hugely deep. RTY is getting between 2 and 3 now, right?
It just dipped below
negative.
It just dipped below 2.
Yeah, exactly. So like, but between 2 and 3, and it's the only one that's doing that. Everybody else is between 1 and 2. If anything, Dow is more to the higher side of just. Let's just put a 50% on the between the 1 and 2, and it's like above that 50% line of that situation, right? Let's just say.
Mm-hmm.
And Q is a little bit below that, and ES would be kind of like I'm just eyeballing this. It's 50% right on the money right now, between that risk range, right?
Yep.
So for NQ to get down more, what's your room saying? You just came back, right? Didn't you?
Say that again.
What did your room say?
Back? What are you talking about?
Room. Didn't you go and talk to the other room?
Yeah, we're talking about crude oil.
Oh, they're talking about. I apologize. Way off. Way more than your target anticipated.
Yeah.
Interesting. I've noticed that with some of your stuff. That's like a happy problem that happens. You know what I mean?
Well, I try to create it in a sense where it's like it's achievable
Realistic.
for the day, right? Because everyone's day trading. So I have to keep it short.
Well, realistic as well. You don't want to over. What is it? Over promise, under deliver.
Yeah. All right. So there's a new low in crude. See if we can break.
I get it. You're probably
43.
just taking it to the first. I mean, your first target, not the second target, just so it would, just in case, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of people won't cut it just on price action or whatever, right? They'll constantly they'll keep that in the back of their mind. They will. They honestly will. They will say, "Oh, but Zero said that there's a level down there and I should hit it." And it won't. Sometimes it won't hit it, and then you know what I mean. Are you looking for a long here?
No, I'm trying to get ready to show you guys some stuff.
You're done. You're not entertaining any type of long here or chasing a short down.
No, no yet.
Is that just your style, or is that?
No, it's just, not for my personal account. No, I'm not going to do that. For short-term account, fairly late in the day,
But that's when the magic happens.
Not necessarily. All right, are you guys all there? Well, I mean, you guys there?
Can you wait like 30 seconds?
Yeah. Do your thing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is the spreadsheet clear? Do I need to zoom in?
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I'm actually going to go pee, BRB.
Yeah.
Where did Chia go? He said he had to go Tinkies?
Yeah.
Okay.
I am back.
It's
All
there.
right. Dave, you back? Imperator? Peter? Imperator? Peter? Dave? Sorry, I heard Peter. Dave?
Is this your stat?
Um,
Test. My mic sometimes
That's okay.
doesn't work when I'm longer in here.
All right. Dave, you there? No. All right. I want you guys to pay attention to this, which is very, because like I said, I haven't really been doing a lot of concentration in the combine, and once things kind of slow down, I'm gonna plan on doing that, and I need to basically, get strategically correct with this. So how do we do this, right? And what am I talking about by being strategic? You guys can see the spreadsheet, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's
So
pretty clear.
what you guys need to figure out is what's your drawdown, because the game is not about what account you have. It's not about the dumbest shit you can ever hear by Furus is how to pass a 400K funded account, or how to get, whatever. Those are all bullshit. Okay. End of the day, the account you're trying to get is whatever this end of day drawdown is, this number right here. That's the account you're actually trying to get, right? The daily drawdown is totally different. It's about the same. So one or the other doesn't really matter. You're looking at these. Now, for the earn to trade one, it is 2,200 end of day drawdown. Does anyone not understand what that means?
Yeah, I don't get it. I only get $1,000 end of drawdown.
Your end of it's not, but yours is not. But does anyone get it? Not does anyone not get it?
Yeah, it's your max drawdown essentially.
Yes, so it's the highest point of your account. So say you have a $50,000 account, okay? And the first trading day you make $200, right? So anyway, sorry, let me rephrase that. So you're right when you start the account, your end of day drawdown is actually at 47,800. Okay, so essentially 50,000 minus 2,200. Okay, you get that so far?
I think you are wrong on the end of day drawdown. I think it's only 2,000.
Is it only 2,000? Let me double check. All right, if it's 2,000, it makes sense too. I don't. For the earn to trade, it's 2,000. You're
Yep.
right. It is 2,000. Okay. So let's switch this to 2,000. All right. So essentially what this is that minus end of day. Okay. That's what it is. Make sense so far?
Yeah.
All right. If it doesn't make sense, you guys need to tell me. Okay. This is start. After the first day, right? Let's just say you are up 52. You're up, $200. Okay, let's just say. All right. So, your end of day drawdown, Jesus Christ, is actually going to be
200.
Yeah, it's going to be at 48,200, right? But if the second day you lose, say, 300, okay? Let's just say you lose 300. What happens is your end of day drawdown stays at 48,200. It doesn't shift lower, right? So if you lost 300, you'll be at 49,900, right? It stays at 48. Does that make sense? Does anyone not understand that?
Okay, yeah, I think everybody, they should get it. These are the rules of the combine.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm going to take this seriously, so blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is, how many opportunities do I want to give myself before I blow this up? Okay? So, if you're saying, I think I only need 10 tries at this, right? What you should do you just say, okay, well, I think on average I need 10 tries, right? Meaning you rarely think you're going to get 10 in a row incorrect, okay? Then you should go with 10. Now, here's where it gets a little bit tricky, and this is where you need to change it. For me, and I went back to my past journals, I looked at all this other shit, and I think, because the intraday trading is very different, my average stop loss for ES for intraday, I think, is roughly about 3 points. NQ is about 7.5. Dow is about 21. So 21 is actually 21 ticks, right? So you just want to look at, what your average stop loss is. For Dow it's 21. For the Russell is 1.9, right? So sorry, not 3 ticks, 3 points, 7.5 points, 21 points, 1.9 points, and crude is about 12 cents or 12 ticks, right? right? So then for gold, it's about 1.1, points. Then what you do is look at this based on the sizing. Let's just say let's go with 10, okay? So that's gonna be highlighted 10, bold, center, okay? That is number of losers in a row, okay? You're saying that I will not exceed number of 10 in a row. So you can start manipulating the number of contracts in this column, right? Into what your target sizing is going to be. So with 1, you have 13 tries before you get screwed out of your end of day drawdown. You have 7 tries before you get screwed out of your daily drawdown, which is 1,100. And then it should take you, so you can't increase it to 2. If you increase it to 2, you only get 6 tries before end of day drawdown. You only get 3 tries before whatever. So you can't. So then you go ahead and move down to MES if you can. Harvey, understand this? You can't do that. But let's just say, with 7 contracts, you get 19 tries before you hit end of day drawdown or daily drawdown. So I personally go with the daily drawdown. I think that's fair. I don't think I would take that many tries anyways, as in 10 tries. But, you can go with the end of day drawdown. So let's just say you can increase this to, say, 14. That's too much. So go to 12. So that gives you 11 tries before you hit end of day drawdown. Now, that doesn't mean per day, per week, doesn't mean anything. It just means number of losers in a row, whether it's 5 in 1 week and then 6 in another week, or all 10 in 1 week and then 1 in the other week, right? So you look at this and you manipulate the number of contracts until you get it to a point where all of these, we're all in agreement that one mini is just way too much if your stop loss is this, which is my stop loss. We're all in agreement with that, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to take out all the minis and I'll just focus on the micros. So now I'm just manipulating.
Russell has a different price point, right? You could keep them in.
All right, let's see. Okay, so let's look at the Russell or the Dow really quick. I can go 2 contracts and I'll be at 9, right? The Russell, if I go 2 contracts, I can go with 10. So I leave it. This is rounded down, by the way. It's usually like 10 point something, whatever. Who cares? Round it down, right? So you can take 2 contracts with the Russell at a 1.9 stop loss and get 10 losers and then fail the combine. So that like Harvey just said, that works. The Dow is really iffy at 9, right? So what I'm trying to get at is you want to manipulate all of these, to a point where it's all 10s or 11s, right? So this one, I'll probably drop it down to 11. Oops, actually 10. Oops, sorry, what am I doing? 13. Yeah, you can go with 13 contracts.
But what is their max contracts? Or does that change for every combine supplier?
It's different for every combine supplier. Right. So for the Russell, you can go with 20, obviously, right? Because if you can do 2 here, you can obviously do 20 here. This one, you can go 16. Drops this down to 10 because you're aiming at this right now, right? And then for gold, you can't do 20, so maybe like 18 or something. Yep, there it goes. Right? So essentially what this is that you're trying to get as close to your max drawdown number, because if you're losing 10 in a row, you should probably fucking lose, in my opinion. FYI, right? And this could be 1 trade idea, this could be 2 trade ideas, this could be 10 trade ideas. Meaning, if you're trying to get short ES today and you hammered it 10 times, well, fuck. You can't look at this. You're probably going to lose, right? But you're going to probably hit your daily drawdown way earlier, right? So just to FYI, does this help or make
number
sense?
10? Yeah, no, it's. I think it's really cool. It needs some work, but it's really cool.
What needs
Like,
work?
all the columns, I would set up another set of columns, right, for each of the different wine supplier. You know what I mean? Then you would have to punch in the 10. What's Chia at right now? Right?
I don't really know.
Broken his streak. Anyway, I like it. I think it's really good.
Okay. Anyone questions? Does this help? You guys are quiet right now.
No, it's awesome.
You are normalizing this
Excuse
to
me?
10. You are normalizing this to 10.
Well, you don't.
max
Let's just say
losses.
you don't want 10. You can go 15.
I mean, you're normalizing it just to have like even contracts all around, when in all products, like even.
You mean like instead of 13, you should do 12 or 14?
No, I mean, when you're doing this, it's like you normalizing all of the products to have the same money amount for your stop loss.
Correct. It is. You're absolutely right. So the potential loss is still there, right? It should be equal, roughly, right? Of course, this is a little bit off just because it's not 10 and, in a day it's 9.
Yeah.
Right. So this is a little bit off. It's fine. It's close enough. But yeah, so I think that I don't know if this is actually helpful to you guys, but yeah. What do you guys think?
And the stop loss points are your realistic stop losses?
These are my realistic stop losses for a day trade. For now.
Yeah.
I can't say for a fact, but for now, it seems like that's it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. You'd have to just have enough experience in each product to have like an idea of your stop for it. That if you're taking the same kinds of setups, you should be able to find that out rather quickly. Like in
Yeah, and if you have this up, so say I'm about to take a trade and I notice that ES is not 4 points away from my invalidation, but it's actually further, meaning it's 5 points away, then I'll just quickly drop the MES to, instead of 13, maybe I'll drop it down to 8, maybe I'll drop, whatever. As long as it's a quick decision and closer enough to the potential, to, this potential stop loss, I think you're fine.
At least it keeps the guessing down to a minimum, like when you're in the heat of battle.
Yes. Okay, so does that make sense?
And this would be like the worst case scenario too. Like that would be thing on the outside would be the what did you call it? 3 points NQ.
Say that one more time.
Something like that. 4 points NQ, was it, or something like that? Whatever it is, that's the outside worst. So let's just say you got a better entry, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Never mind. We're not going to get into that.
Yeah. All right, so I just changed this right now, and it's clear. It's fairly clear. With you guys see this? I don't know why that's different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Why is this giving me inconsistent formula? Let me just double check, make sure it's correct. Okay. That's right. Why is it giving me inconsistent formula? I don't know why. All right, so I just changed this right now. So essentially what this is telling you for this, oh, I know why. God damn it. Let me just fix it real quick. Yeah, I see one. Let me just double check this. Whoa. Let me see. Divided by. Okay, I get it. I think I get it. 1 second. All right. Fuck. Okay. All right, it's consistent now. All right. So based on this, once you find your average, and again, this goes all the way back to your journaling. Why it's so important to journal properly. Okay. If you know, let's just say all of these numbers, stop losses, are true. We figured out how many we need to trade per contract, or sorry, per product. Then what you do is say, okay, well, let's just focus on the micros, right? So there, everything is 10, perfect. Now, the question is, I only need 5 winners based on this to win, to pass the combine. Based on a 3-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I only need 5 to win, and that does not exceed the max profit. Max profit is 930 or whatever it is. So that's fine, right? And again, this is not every single day. This is just overall. You need 5 in a row to pass. Okay, so just a little whatever. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so sorry,
Yeah,
so
it's
5.
kind of
Sorry,
depressing.
go. So big.
Kind of depressing.
Yeah, in terms of if from a fresh account you only need 5 winners, like that's not a lot. I mean, it obviously is because
Well,
No,
that's
but
what I was going to say. It's actually 5 home run, 3-to-1 winners.
yeah, but
it's
just hearing
yeah, it's
5.
5 in a row, and it's all in, all out
Remember,
method,
if you
right?
got 13, what was the ticks again? So you're going to multiply those ticks by 3 for the stop, right? So how
I mean,
probable is it
it's
to
a
hit?
stop. So if you only need 9 points.
Well, that's what the whole thing is based upon, right? What was your NQ risk?
NQ risk is 7.5 points.
So you need 7.5 times 3. That would be the profit projection in ticks, right?
No, it's this is in points, right? So in ticks. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Points then. Okay, yeah, points ticks would be 7.5 points times 3.
Yeah,
Be your
so it's
profit
22.5 points, right? Divided by 0.25. It'll be 90 ticks.
Right, so how often does 90 ticks happen on NQ? Right? So they happen all the time, but lining them up perfectly is a little bit more challenging than that. That's what it's going to actually take way more than. I'm just saying that this the 5 home runs. You're going to have to, well, not home runs, but damn fucking good trades.
Yeah.
Right?
But let's just say you lower.
This is the best case scenario.
Yeah, but if you do
And
2,
worst
then
case scenario.
it's 8 across
Best
the
and worst
board.
case.
But let's just say you raise this, you lower this to 5, right? Meaning you just want like 5 losers in a row, you're
I
out.
was actually thinking more.
Yes, you should go more, but the more you go, the more you have to go with micros, right? So then you can go, if it's 2 in a row, then yeah, you can go with ES, you can go with all the major ones, right? You can even go with 4, or actually no, 3. You can go 4 here.
Maybe we're losing track of this. It's like.
No, I'm just letting you guys know, like,
I
this
mean,
is how you use it.
I'm trying so hard to pass, but like, what does that accomplish at the end of the day? It still doesn't really, whatever. Never mind.
Yeah, passing doesn't. Okay, I'll tell you this right now.
Passing is
Passing
actually worse.
Passing doesn't mean shit, guys. It's only the first step to ever becoming profitable. And even then, I know profitable traders can't pass it. I know not unprofitable traders can pass it all fucking day because they're just gaming the system, and it doesn't prove anything, and they don't get payouts, or even if they get payouts, they don't do a lot of it. But I can tell you right now, I know some people that have passed it consistently and never ever, they can't trade their own money. They can't be profitable, and they maybe like every other time they actually get a payout, meaning they actually make it through the payout. And I know a lot of people who can, take the combine multiple times and then pass it, and think that he's ready to trade his real money, and trades his real money and fucks up. Goes back to the combine, passes it again, trades real money, fucks up. So, just a FY, this is just the beginning of your trading journey. Okay, it's like until you can pass it consistently, that doesn't tell me you're a good trader. It tells me you have discipline. It's kind of like going to school. It's kind of like going to university. We all kind of know it's, especially the basic ones, we all know it's bullshit. We're not going to learn, we're probably never going to use, art history or anthropology, any of that bullshit. But it's about discipline. Can you stay disciplined to stay there, study hard, and get the good grades? So, yeah, it's all about psychology. So, as I was like thinking about this today, I was like, fuck, I really need to, because I do, before I blame you guys for anything as far as trading goes, I try to point at myself first to see what I can or should be doing better to help you guys. So I was like, all right, let's take this challenge and let's really buckle down. And once the market slows down, at least I've done my research and I'm ready to just tackle this. Maybe not research, I shouldn't say research. It's more so, what's my strategy in tackling this? The first and foremost thing, I was like, let's look at the rules. I wrote all the rules down in a Word document in my own words. So now I know it. I verified it, everything. Even though and it was really easy and quick because I've done this before. It's been a while, but, um, so, I was like, let me figure out my max position size. Before, I think I was just throwing on 10 regardless, right? 10 micros or 20 micros or 2, whatever, regardless. I was like, wait a minute, that's so inconsistent. I need to make it more consistent. So this is why I made this Excel sheet. I was like, I need to share this with them because the truth of the matter is, I think a lot of us needs this. I don't know if you guys agree with it, but I think, we all kind of do. Now, if you want to go with like a 2 risk reward ratio, you can simply, based on this thing, you can simply go 2-1 to be safe and pass it in eight, um, 8 winning trades. And it's not 8 winning trades in a row. It's just 8 winning trades more than your lot. It's actually a little bit more complicated than that, but you think about it, it's just 8 winning trades, right? For a 2-1, that's not that difficult. Okay, this is why a lot of people who can pass it can't do well in life, because well in real trading, because they're like, oh, I could do that, and a lot of people can get 2-1s, but then they don't learn how to manage a trade. They just go all in, all out, 2-1. They probably don't even do this type of homework. But anyways, do you guys get it? Make sense? Okay.
Yeah, like the 8 is more realistic, I believe.
Sure. It doesn't really matter. I mean, do you guys want me to share this, or is this something that you guys don't really need?
Well, that's kind of what I mean. Like if you can actually still wish it was that easy.
So
It
Yeah.
actually should be really like it. But then again, like the goal isn't to hit. Or I don't know. That is the psychology troublesome part of the whole deal, where I mean, passing this thing fast is not the best. The best.
It doesn't matter because you pass it fast or slow, you're still gonna, it doesn't help with real life, trading.
That's what I mean. Like all the trading is actually built upon your rules.
Oh,
Well, you can stick to them. Right?
Yeah.
Even if you were to go, okay, change that RR to 1.5. And this is more like it with most people, I bet, because they're scalping or they're cutting fast. Right?
So I think this is pretty cool. Ever since I have started trading like other products, i.e., the last like month and a half, I haven't had like a good way to know what size was kind of equal, like to ES, to what I was trading ES, because you have like different volatility, and I couldn't really figure out like in terms of ticks per average movement, and using your average stop as like a way of judging that, I think is awesome. Like that's really awesome. Because your damn tick value might be less for oil, but oil moves 15 ticks when ES moves 5.
yeah.
That's cool.
I didn't include currencies because it's too large in a sense of, for sure fuck, what did I do wrong? For sure, it will exceed the, it will exceed 10 for me. So, I mean, you can put it in, 6A, let's just say, what was my average stop? Let me check. 1 second. Uh, okay. One. That doesn't look right. Oh, I know why. Because I wanted 20 and not 10. So I couldn't go 2. But I guess you could do it if you're only wanting 10. If that makes sense. I wanted 20. 20 losers in a row, which is actually quite a lot. But I do give 2 tries per idea. So which is why, that's another thing you guys have to think about is how many tries per idea you're giving. If you're giving it 2 tries per idea, a 10 is only 5 ideas or 5 trade ideas. You guys get what I'm saying?
You do 2 stabs.
Yeah, I do 2 steps at the very least
per
too.
idea. Yeah. Per
Yeah.
idea.
That's not even like.
So, saying that the currencies take a little more finesse.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I can't say that it's a great idea to do more than 2, but sometimes I do 3. If I really believe in it, I'll do 3. You guys see me do 3 and more, actually, I should say. So yeah, I don't, I don't think you guys have to be really careful when you guys think like, oh, how many tries do I want? Well, How many losers in a row do I want? If you say 10, well, if you're gonna take 3 tries each, it's really just 3 trade ideas, right?
Should we even go that far and take it to the end of date or daily drawdown? I mean, 500 was when we started, was the max daily drawdown we reached one.
But 500 is the max. Sorry, say it again.
$500 was the max daily drawdown we agreed on when we started the combine.
That is true too. So, if you do that, then you can only do 2 tries, for each of these, or 3 tries, depending on which one you choose.
Yeah.
So just know that as well. So, yeah, all of that, really, it all matters. So I just want you guys to bring that to light to you guys. Yeah. So when you guys look at these things, got to be careful. Cool. Any questions, dudes? I'll put my stop loss in it so you guys can kind of, I don't know, measure against it or whatever you guys want to do.
Yeah, like the amount that you normally
But
on average take.
Yeah, but honestly, like, you guys also have to understand that everyone's different, which is why it's very important that you guys know your own stop loss average, which goes back to, guess what? Fucking journaling. If you don't journal it properly, you're just not gonna know shit. And ultimately what's gonna happen, you're gonna get screwed. On your
The only problem I had with that was that I always kind of kept it did get the average at the end of it all, but there was also a hard outside line that I wasn't. I guess that's my stomach of pain.
Wait, say that again?
Change your size. You could change your size to change your stomach of pain, which would open up your risk.
Yeah.
But ultimately, where I was placing my trades was about 8 to 8, 9, 10 ticks out on ES. Again, I didn't really understand risk either. It was just an arbitrary risk that really didn't matter as much.
Yeah.
As a true risk, right? Share my template. I've done it before. I think I've shared it before. Yeah, back to the journaling. Constantly journaling. Every detail of everything. A lot of what Fat Cat used to have a saying. It was everybody wants to be a trader. Nobody wants to do trader work. Not the non-glamorous work. The filing the F32 form. 38 clients. Nobody wants to do that shit. The best of the best of the best is what it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would just, for this, I don't know, how many different combine suppliers are there?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
No way to add that into this so you could just click on it, eh?
Nope.
There is. I'll talk to my guy.
What guy?
We'd have to do all the data entry, of course, but it would be able to should be able to put up so you can toggle one of the
End of day and stuff like that. Yeah. All right. Yep. All right. It's inside the spreadsheet, Levels Chatter spreadsheet. It's gonna kind of clean it up a little bit so you guys you know, gonna put some stuff so that you guys don't change anything. Let me change this to okay. Let me just do this really quick.
This is another one for the books. The day type or whatever. This, holy shit. Got 500 ticks in queue. Wow.
All right, it's done. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Yep.
This is awesome.
All right, cool guys. I'll put in the flying knife spreadsheet at the end.
Oh, I was going to say, before you stop streaming,
Oh, yeah, what's up?
let's take a look at the chart quick.
Which
It's
one?
done some magical, all of it. Just like the NQ. What are you thinking for tomorrow? It's got pretty kind of somewhat light news, eh?
Very light. I gotta see what happens. RTH. Or sorry,
Trade
yeah.
balance.
Or
Core
ET.
machinery, Japanese core machinery. Trade balance, Japanese trade balance. Employment rate, Aussie. EU no, that's nothing. Trade balance. EU trade balance.
Yeah, we'll figure it out later. All right, guys, I'm gonna head off. I'll talk to you guys later.
A good one, man.
Thank you.
Later.
Bye.
That was
In our journal, like the Google Sheets journal.
it's on the same they call it Google Sheet.
All right, y'all take it easy.
Yep, I better get going. Gotta make dinner for the kids. Good night, guys.
Good night.